Good job, chat. How we all doing today? Hello. It's Wednesday. Oh, we got so many people in here to say hi to today. Who we got? Let's see. We got Amaris. We got Wolf. We got Nightshade. We got Morty. Amaris with the 90 stream streak. Let's go. A Nightshade gifting a sub to Amaris. Thank you so much. Very kind of you, Amaris. Enjoy your emotes. Much, much appreciated. Making good progress on that monthly goal, chat. We're doing pretty good. Slow and steady. Hello, Mom. And Rose, welcome in. First time. Hope you're doing good. Okay. We got some Elden Ring today. The house is much cooler today, so fingers crossed for no shenanigans. Oh no, the blown fuse ruined your streak. Yeah, I am sure that probably messed up a lot of people's streaks since we blew that fuse within the first, like, 5 minutes of stream, unfortunately. I feel really bad about that. But the power grid should not be nearly as taxed today. It's not nearly as hot out, so fingers crossed there should be no shenanigans today, she says with lowering certainty. It's fine. Probably. But yeah. No, that one wasn't your fault. The vacuuming was before I started streaming. The second one was just because of the air conditioners. Yeah, we blew 3 different fuses yesterday. We blew it vacuuming before I even started streaming. We blew one with the air conditioners, and then the second one, what happened is I didn't end stream before the grandparents came home, so they didn't know, so they turned the air conditioner back on, and that blew the fuse. So that's what happened last night. That's why we did not come back to stream. At that point, I was like, I'm not turning my computer back on. We're just gonna leave it there and not blow more fuses. So, but today it should be fine. It's not nearly as hot, so the whole grid isn't suffering. But yeah. Something a bucket of cold water with an ice and a fan can. Yeah, you could swamp cooler it. But unfortunately, yeah, the issue being was just that our area is not designed for the heat, so the whole house was just suffering electricity-wise. Because, yeah, you plug one thing in wrong and this house just pop. If you run the toaster oven and the microwave at the same time, the kitchen fuse pops. If you vacuum upstairs, that fuse pops. If you have air conditioners on, the other fuse pops. My air conditioner is not even plugged into my room to keep it on a different fuse. But yeah, we've done the whole swamp cooler situation before. Ice and fans. It gets the job done. But yeah, hopefully you guys are all staying cool and beating the heat, not getting too toasty. We're on the lucky side. The heat should be winding down here. That was the hottest day we've had so far. Yeah, we've got a lot of cooler days ahead. Hard to tell if it'll pick back up in the last few months of summer before it gets to the fall season. But let's go ahead and start getting our game loaded in here. Oh, there's that. Alright, reminder chats, we're at 11 subs right now. 4 more gets you another wheel spin, and 9 more gets you a big wheel. So, things to keep in mind there. Okay, so, last we left off here, chat, we were in the DLC, so if you're still trying to avoid spoilers, this is your warning. We are in DLC land. Oops, dropping my controllers. Yeah, you got your character in the Genshin. Big excite. Okay, so yeah, last we left off, we had just we had started exploring, this lower quadrant. We found the dragon area, and then I wanted to go even lower. And now we've got this, there's not even a map right here. So that's interesting. But we came down here, and we were peeking over the ledges at some stuff. It's pretty shenanigan-y down there. We had tried to go down a little bit, and, there was lasers and nonsense, and it was awful. So we didn't do that very far. We tried and were mighty unsuccessful. Still trying to figure out what is the best path for dealing with the shenanigans here. Hopefully the game audio is okay, chat. The game itself might be a little quiet. The mic's the same as it was yesterday, so that shouldn't be too bad, but I can turn the game up if it's too quiet. Alright. These turds is where the problem came in. These guys shoot lasers! Hence the title of the stream, So Many Lasers! Yeah, I don't know how far we can really make it before they start lasering us to death. Nightshade, thank you for that. Hydrate. Gotta stay hydrated in this weather, chat. That's for all of you, too. But yeah, we did not make it very far before we started perishing. Okay, nope, there it is. I don't love being in sight of this bird here. Ow, fuck, shoot. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. They just roll. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to deal with these guys. Like, okay. We lost a good chunk of health dealing with that one alone, and there's still more lasery guys. I wonder if I'd be better off. Can I hit them, like, with a bow, maybe? From a distance? I think they're too far away for some of my other stuff, but I might be able to like, use a bow. I have, like, yeah, regular arrows, maybe. I have to remember how I don't use a bow very often. Oh. Oh, that does so little damage. Oh, God! No! Okay, well, we've blown our cover now, and are just being relentlessly shot at again. So that's great. We love how much we hate that. I would love it if it would not do this, but I don't think I get to choose that. Well. Sky, hello! Yes, lasers! Nightshade, thank you for that posture check as well. Gotta help that poor spine if nothing else. Oh, that's right, it's the double fucking shoot. They're both shooting at me! Oh my god. Shit. Fuck. Crap. Fuck. Everything is bad. Nope. Fucking... I can't deal with these guys from far enough away. We learned nothing. Yeah, I'm really not sure what the best way to handle them is. Okay, we tried shooting them with the bow, but it was too far away and did too little damage. I mean, we hit it. Oh, please don't. You don't know I'm coming. Fuck off. Don't look at me like that. Fuck you. You have no idea where I am? Oh. Well, about that. Would you like to know where I am? I can show you on the map. Did I go into the pit? Probably? Yes. I am in the pit. I'm down here. I went in this hole. I'm in a pit. This hole sucks. I don't like it here. I didn't want to use anything. Okay. Yeah, why sniper indeed? Sniper no sniping. These fuckers are so obnoxious. Yeah, okay. I thought if I stood there that they would. I don't like it here. Oh, I have the HP restoring one on? Oh, I do. Okay. Well, that's nice. But yeah, this area fucking sucks. I can't hardly make it to anywhere. If I go up the right side and just ignore this that lower guy, I might be able to kill the top guy first. Like, obviously I have to get past that guy first, but like, if I get to where the top guy can't shoot me, I only have to dodge one set of lasers. God, fucking stop being annoying. I don't agree. Oh boy, okay.
Hello there.
Hello there! Oh, Yeah, be like that. Okay, bad. Okay. Okay. I don't know how close I can start getting before things just get bad. Ow. Okay, I still got hit. Okay, we could not get very close at all. Oh, fuck. God damn it, they both have a shot on me now. They're so offset! Fuck everything. Oh my god, crouch! Fuck. Okay. Okay, can you just... Okay, we're not safe. The spot. Oh my god, they're so offset, you can't even move! I don't even care about my runes, like, I don't have enough to worry about it. I just want to not be here. Like, I don't think there's a way for me to hit them from far enough away to kill them. I don't think the sneak gear is gonna change any of that. I mean, I could try to put on, like... Fucking, what is it? I could try to put on the black knife stuff and see if they just don't see me sooner. I don't think it's going to work. I don't remember what, if there's a full... Yeah, full set. What do boots do? There they are. I don't think this is... Can I? No, I cannot. No torrent. Not in the hole. Fuck you. At what point will you start shooting at me now? Oh. Yeah, that didn't fucking make a difference. part of me is just like, you know what? Fuck it. Hit me now, bitch. Hit me now. Now I'm thick. That did the same amount of damage. I'm greatly upset. Rabbit, hello. Ow. Yeah, that didn't help. These ones and that. Okay. Oh, we're hanging in there. We're getting absolutely bodied by lasers, though. So, you know. As good as one can be in those circumstances. Ow, fuck you! God damn it. What are you expected to do here other than be better at... I wonder if the mimic item would work here. It crossed my mind briefly. That's what it's this thing. Make nearby objects. How much damage did you say this does in an area? Can I just fucking blow them up for a mile around, like... I don't actually know how this thing works. On the rack. Oh, it just does switches and items. Rude. Alright, we're off. We've got places to be. This is Elden Rock. Ooh, look at us now. This is going well so far. We'll see if we get detected, or how close we can make it before we do. This is the real test of how close can we get to things. This is the closest we've made it so far. Oh, he just laid down. Oh, why did he do that? Don't you dare. Fuck you! Okay, but we got pretty fucking far. So yeah, the problem is when we get to these lower guys that start attacking us. And trying to get past them. God, that's so hard to aim. This is only gonna take forever, it's fine. I mean, if he gets close enough for us to actually do anything to him, I mean... Jesus. Oh, we're all the way back over there. Okay. So spinny. Okay. Not bad. Thank you for the hydrate there, Nightshade. Okay. Those are the ones that I'm most worried about. Can I blow these up? Yes. Okay. That's huge. If I can trigger all of these guys without triggering Mr. Lasers over there. That's pretty huge for us. Can't quite hit that one, which is fine. Okay, because yeah, until we get up there, I don't know if we can quite... Oh, we hit it, but I don't think we can trigger those ones. Okay. it's not working! No! Oh god! It worked with the first one! Damn it! The plan! Okay, we can hit it. I really don't want to use, like, good arrows, but, like, I'm not doing enough damage from back here. Not with this bow. I don't have a leveled up bow, really. Just not doing the damage. That didn't even hit. I could literally just waste all of my arrows here and still probably not kill this thing. Come on. Neither of you can see me, right? Oh, why you gotta be like that? So, the problem with just running past them is you will get hit, period. If you are not dodging, you will get hit. But they start offsetting their shots, so you can't get, like, a good dodge cadence going. You dodge one and you get hit by the other because they're offset. Do I have the claws with the Bloodhound step? I don't fucking know. Is this magic damage? What even is this type of damage? Is it magic? I could just try to, like, buff the shit out of myself. resist or not. I have this one, which is pretty good. I think that's gonna be the best one that I have. Oh, hold on. Hold on, what was it on the side? 89. Yeah, I think that's the best that I have. Like to offset them a bit better, or to maybe get them not offset rather, but so what, you think I just shield and try my best to dodge? Oh, that shield, like, fully protected me. Hold on. Shields are stamina, though, right? Getting close up and killing one is the goal. The problem is actually being able to succeed. Do I not have one? Something that just, like, straight up boosts my stamina. Let's go fucking kill us an apple! I'm so scared of coming upon another lasery asshole like that. Okay. Okay, there's another laser asshole over there. There was also stuff to an area lower. Oh, I don't know what my priorities are. Okay. Well, we've got a shield in our back pocket now for this area. Yeah, not dying is definitely, like, the priority. For sure, for sure. I'll put this back on to, like, heal me as I'm figuring shit out. Racks. Lots of racks. But no lasers. Which is nice. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Ooh, it gets laggy right here. Ooh. Also just... not waste magic here and just... get in and get out. Oh, I missed it. I was trying to just grab... Oh, so many little guys just... Looks like back up is our path now. It is certainly trying to break the game. Have a good turtle mode, Sky. Thanks for the shield suggestion. Well, didn't mean to use that. That's fine. No! God damn it. I wasn't trying to jump over, I was just trying to get on the ledge. Well, time to do it again. At least we have a plan now this time and we can do it again. Don't you fucking... Yes, you die and everything respawns. That's how this game works. You sit at a site of grace, everything respawns. You do anything that the game doesn't like and they'll respawn. Fucking bird, go away, goddamn. If I try to fight you, I'm gonna get attacked by shit. What? Rude. Ooh, hello, please don't. God damn it. Fine, I will sit there with a bow and break all the little shits. Not gonna have enough arrows to do this section. If I don't have any regular ones left, I'll have to use good arrows. Fine. Alright, peace. Have a good lurk. Don't die. Go so slow. I don't want to alert that turd right there on the right. You just fucking... Really? Perish! Thank you. Why are you still alive? Why? Why? Oh no, the frickin' site that did the following is shut down. Well. That's awkward. Okay. We're here. We can kill some of the things. Yeet. Okay. Grab the bow. Get these guys out of the way. Well, hit the edge of that. That's fine. Okay, we got you. Let's see if we can get this one's attention. Okay. Maybe it will work its way up to us like it did before. That would be nice. Okay, yeah, slowly but surely it's coming up here, so that's good. That's what we want. Don't do that. Is it still on its way up here, or is it turning around? It turned around. That sucks. Don't do it. God damn it. Okay. We did not get the one that we needed to come up to us, which is a problem. Alright, well. Hi. Yeet. Hey, that did not make it. Would you? Stop that. Stop that. Crap. rude that is, sir. Thank you. Okay, woohoo, hello. Alright, so we got our runes back. That's the important thing here. Let's put our shield back on. We accidentally ended up... Woo, fuck, hi, shit, forgot about you. I have not been up here enough to remember that it's there yet. Oh no, your power went out! Welcome back. Hopefully it's here to stay, yeah. Okay. There's that guy taken care of. Just gonna hop off here and grab a couple items I didn't get before. Fuck. Oh, I was hoping that I could hit. Out of arrows. Fuck. Okay. Hi, come here, little guys. Crap. Oh geez, try to charge your phone quick while you still have power. Ow. Crap, crap, crap. Okay, we're fine. We're fine! We're fine! No more lasers, okay? Them's the rules. God. Chad, look! It's touch grass! We've made it! It's beautiful! Oh my god. Finally! It took us an hour! Oh my god. Most beautiful grass you ever did see. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Are you bad scale? You are bad scales. Okay. Well, that skeleton's alive down there. Oh, maybe not. Not the flicker. Using more magic than I'm intending to. Okay, need to swap back out to the things that really matter. Dex. Or seal. Keep you on for now. What else did I have on? I was using the rot one. Okay. Ooh! Gross! Ooh, you're so blobby! Ah! Eat. Oh, you take so much damage. So big. Such a lad. Turn back and down? Peek down seemed awfully not available. I mean, I guess you could land right down there. Off to run errands? Alright, thanks for leaving the lurk. Have a good, safe trip. Drive safe, watch out for psychos. I need milk. Well. That's fucking rude. Oh my god, stop! You deal so much damage! Oh my god, let me go! Let me go! Shibus. Oh. That seems not good. Of light. I win. I don't think I should have won, but I won. Woo! Okay. Getting somewhere here. We know there's a pathway behind us we still have to take. There's like touch grass up ahead too, though. Be wary of flower? Don't like that. We seem pretty safe, though. What the fuck? Hi, friends. We just having a lovely time here together, hanging out, chilling and resting. This seems safe. The intrusive thought to just attack all of them, and I'm like, don't do that. Alright, I've been going for a bit over an hour. We've made good progress, found 2 sites of grace. I'm gonna take a quick break, chat. I'm gonna refill my water and all of that good stuff. So, you all know the drill. Get up, stretch, get some food, get some water, whatever it is that you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself, especially in all this heat. And we will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Water acquired, also acquired some juice. Juice is good. Okay. Suspicious aminals. Very suspicious. Okay. We're not gonna attack the animals. That seems like a bad idea. These stairs seem perfectly safe. Very reasonably safe. There is no reason for me to be scared of the stairs. Hearing random noises is reassuring. Huh. Hello? Oh, please grant me the courage to fly to your feet, my dearest Saint Trina. Oh. The weird spot for a site of grace if there was nowhere to continue from here. I don't know if this is one of those if you jump off you'll survive scenarios. But yeah, if there was nothing up here... doesn't really make sense. Suspicious. What do you do to die here? Just dropped dead from nothing. No rolling, no nothing, just died. Fighting. Fissure depths. Weird. Okay, they fought something. That had to be like they attacked the animals situation. These animals are too perfectly placed, like... I don't want to attack them. I'm surprised there aren't more messages. What is up there? That's not helping. Okay. Yeah, I'm fairly certain if we drop down, we're just gonna die. Might as well check, I guess. Goodbye, cruel world. Fuck. Yeah. Oh, shit. Okay. Do we think this is a boss? A lot of rolling and stabbing. Frames are so bad in here. I can't summon. There's definitely something in here. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Putrescent Knight? Okay, hello! Oh, shit! Oh, God! Oh, the frames are so bad in here. Okay. Ew. It's goopy. Okay, not what I was expecting to find down there, but yeah. And now all the messages appear. Recklessness ahead, therefore try defeating one by one. Oh, no. Okay, I think I need to, like, turn down my settings because... because our stuff is struggle busing. Careful on what I need. Let's turn ray tracing down a bit because that'll take up a hefty chunk. Okay, let's take everything that's on maximum just down to high. Questions can go low. Let's just try high and maybe we'll get lucky with that. I have to return to the title menu to apply settings changes. What? No. That actually, like, none of that saved, or... Okay. Well, I guess I will do that real quick. Turn to the title menu so that those settings save and apply. Because even just dropping everything a little bit might be enough. Okay. Throwing ourselves once more into the abyss. It's a long fall to do every time we fail a fight. Okay. Oh, I'm so fucking hurt. Holy shit. Fuck. Oh my god. Yeah, we are missing so much health now. And it's still really laggy in here. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know how low I'm gonna drop settings for this to not lag so bad. Okay. What can I... apply those. Trying not to drop everything to low. I want to keep it looking somewhat nice. But the DLC especially has been pretty laggy in certain spots. Wonder if I can drink this before dropping and have a little bit extra time. No, it's still... It's just got tiny little legs. Woo, hello. is. Don't do whatever this is. Okay, it was just a little bit of fire this time, but... Gosh, frick. It's still a little laggy. Trying to see what I can do. Some people are recommending closing background programs to help with it. Kid couldn't dodge the frame drops. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I guess I could just turn off ray tracing altogether and that would largely fix... Fine. I don't want to. Ray tracing's pretty. But it is the big one, especially with all of that water that we're standing in. I could turn off water reflections altogether as well and it would probably help, but... Let's just try ray tracing off and see if that cleans it up. In the little symbol... Oh, the Discord overlay. I'm not using Discord right now. That's not important. Okay. There. Ray tracing's turned off. Hopefully that's enough for the stuff. I'd like to turn all my pretty settings back up, but... Hopefully turning off ray tracing does the trick and we're able to not feel quite so framey in this fight. Helped quite a bit. That's much better. Okay, hey, now don't throw shit at me. That's really rude. Easy. Ray tracing was definitely the issue. Apparently, the DLC turned ray tracing back on by default. And a lot of people didn't know that it did that, including me, and I didn't really think about how big of an issue that was gonna be. But yeah, it's pretty rough. That was incredibly smoother. There was no weird feeling to that whatsoever. That was just me being bad at the game, the rest of it, so... Perfect. lot more fire that time than you did before. Shit. Oh, he's doing cold damage. Okay. I don't have, like, the ailment symbols memorized, so I didn't realize that was frostbite building. Interesting. Okay, I think I want to limit some of my spells so that the Mimic's not using too many. Let's take off ice if it's doing frost already. Much as I like the Ghost Flame, I don't know if it's really necessary. We might just want to keep it down to these 4 right now. Because Rot was triggering on it pretty easily. It was dropping health. Okay. That's good. Take off some of this extra shit. Pain would be bleed into we don't really need. This is what I forgot to put back on. Okay. I think I might have actually just been stacking these if it was letting me, which it is. Okay. Got that going for us now, so... Phew. Such a long fall. I'm bad. Crap. Mimic is already dead, and we are screwed. Yep. We got to half again. I don't understand. The first time that he did that attack, he didn't do it for that long, or in that way, so I don't know if I was just so far away from him the first time he did it that was kind of shenanigans, but... Yeah, I don't know. We're getting him down to half health when we're dying, though, so I mean, it's something. Not bad, not bad. The rot came in pretty clutch on that. For sure, it came in clutch. It was melting him while we were dodging that whole time. Whew, okay, we need a good chunk to level up, but I might be able to make that chunk up in our inventory before we end up losing all of these runes we just got from that. This is 6. I think I needed 27. Just use 1. That should be enough. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's see. Our faith and enter at 50. Dex is low. Strength is low. I could boost my dex for my sword. I could boost my health to 50. Maybe I'll get my health to 50. Yeah, let's work on our health for now. Okay. Into the mysterious tunnel of weirdness. Can't attack in here. Okay. Hello. You are really cool looking. A little creepy, but really cool. Imbibe nectar. That's not weird at all. Sure. This seems safe. Goodbye. Oh, we died. Damn, that would really hinder a no deaths run, huh? Okay. Oh, hey, look, an item. Book. Why is this one red and covered in blood? Why is just everybody dying right here? So I'm assuming that I just don't have whatever I need to be in here. That there's some sort of either item or thing I just don't know yet. I could teleport out and go talk to the Saint Trina person, the knight or whatever that, like, is obsessed with her. They might have information now that I've found her. Because, yeah, this is St. Trina's here. So where was that person at? You, I think. Go talk to this person real quick and see if they have anything to say now that we found her. Hey, I've got information for you.
Oh, I had something I wish to tell you. I'm heading south. I've recalled something that Sir Moore said. I discovered deep purple water lilies blooming on the southern shore.
I discovered more than that.
Where St. Trina was left to wither away.
She's not withering, she's doing great. Okay, so you're moving now. If I sit down, are you gone? Yes, okay. Question now is where along this path are they going to move to start? Let's just start working our way, because they're going to be somewhere along the fissure, if not all the way down there already. So I need to figure out where along this path they're going to show up. Or if they're just going to be all the way down there. Are they in here with her now?
Trina.
Oh.
Oh, St. Trina. What velvety ambrosia is this? Your poison.
Did you drink it?
Sweet sleep that follows. Oh, please, let me hear your voice.
Why would you do that?
Then you too must have paid a visit.
Oh, your legs should do that.
Trina's garden of deepest purple. I'm drifting off in the sea of her poison. Soon I will hear her voice.
Tell you right now, I died and heard nothing.
I won't be long. Oh, you mustn't follow my example.
Ugh, I already did.
Trina's poison would plunge you into an eternal slumber.
I died.
It must be me. And only me.
That's a little selfish.
I am gone. Adrift in sleep. Let me be. I won't be long. I am gone.
Alright. Good luck. I guess. Did you die yet, or did you realize it was stupid?
I am gone so that I let me be.
If I do this, will you be upset? Nom nom. Perish. I can die faster than you. Okay. More than likely, I still need some sort of item for this. I just thought it was kind of funny to... It must be only me. No, not gonna be like that. Hey, how'd you feel about that? I'm back.
I am gone so that I may hear. Let me be.
Okay, cool. You suck.
I will.
Okay, I guess we'll teleport to something else then and come back with, like, an item or something. Let's start looking around then. We know there was another spot to potentially drop down. Attacking the animals still feels like a bad idea. It looked like there was another spot over on this side, I believe is where it was. Yeah, it was like here. Ooh, hello. Scary noises. Mass of putrescence. Oh, that's lovely. We love a good mass of putrescence. Oh, fuck. I gotta stop doing this, Chad. Bam! Okay. Don't stab me with an arrow. It's fucking rude, my guy. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Doom. Perish. Be wary of up. Aha! Uh-huh. Up. Okay. There we go. Phew, okay. So yeah, hopefully in here we find whatever item it is that we need to interact with Saint Trina better. Oh. This just drops us back over... Okay, I guess maybe not. Yeah, this just takes us right back. Is that everything that's down here, really? Yeah, I mean, maybe that's just everything that's down here. What could I need in here? Oh.
Grant me more of your poison, that I might drift further into sleep. Perhaps then you'll grace me with your voice.
How's that going?
Leave me alone. Please.
I've left you alone several times. Okay, well the puddles of blood aren't over here anymore. Sleep. I don't think I have a sleep emote. Here we go, I've got the perfect thing for you. Boom. I sleep. Perfect. Just as intended. Oh, nope, the piles of blood are back.
Please. Leave me alone.
I have left you alone several times. You're so bad at this.
Please.
I feel like anything I needed for this would be in the area, but I don't know where else to go in there, so... I guess we can go and do other things until we either find something that's clearly what we need, or I decide to look it up later. Until then, dragons! Hooray! We love dragons. Back in the area of uh-oh, danger pain. I'll take that, thank you. Ow. Okay, we already fought the dragon that was here. So I guess now we just start making our way towards other stuff here. I believe the path continues over here. Yeah, here we go. Alright, the question is, how close is the next dragon to murdering us? I would imagine very. But yeah, the only thing I can think that I haven't done in that area is I didn't destroy all of the animals and see if that gave me something. It feels wrong, though. Alright, we've got an upcurrent there. Got a little path around the edge there. Drop off there. This sounds fine, right? This seems perfectly safe. 8. perfectly safe. There's a lot of death at this bridge. You just rode off the ledge, huh? Trail? Alright, well. What the fuck is wrong with everybody? Alright, we're touching some grass, chat. We're clearly getting close to something. We've been going for another hour here now. Let's take a quick break, and then we will dive into dragons. So, you guys know the drill. Get up, stretch, get some food, get some water. Whatever you need to make sure that you're taking care of yourself, please do. And we will be right back. got close with that one. That one was tricky. Not a lot of, like, vowels to work with, it felt like. Felt very limited. My brain was like, I don't know these letters. Anywho, sorry about that. We are back. Back to probably dragons. Hopefully you guys all got up and stretched and took care of yourselves. I'm always watching chat. Okay. So, it's very hard to see here right now. That's a lot of lightning up there. We're probably perfectly safe. Ooh, screaming noises of uh-oh. Oh, they're fighting something. Is it just two dragons fighting each other? Yes. Alright, we are gonna very, very patiently wait for these two to fight each other a bit better. One of them's already fairly low health, but, it feels like a bad idea to interrupt and have two dragons on me at once. Uh-oh. 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 I will say, they're making quicker work of each other than the last dragon fight we watched. Oh, hi, we have a health bar now. You go back to fighting each other, that'd be great. One's almost dead. This one has a lot more health than I would like it to. The other one's not really trying very hard. Focus on the mimic, not on me. Slowly that health ticks down. Uh-oh. That was? Who's...
What a sight. A warrior true, if ever one there was. A fellow Drake warrior. Egon. Piteous Egon. Do you not remember? Conjure your past. How once you were. When fear was yet foreign to you.
Okay.
Drake Warrior. Dear friend.
Why are you on the
grant
ground?
me this one wish. Take this finger, my finger.
That's weird.
Scale the jagged peak. Face Baal the Dread. And when you do, summon me. Summon my soul. My limbs are limbs no more. My heart is twice over filled with fear. But a Drake warrior I remain. And my soul yet lies on the mountain.
Egon's furled finger. This both seems like a good and a bad idea, you know? It's just one of those things. I'll make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, doesn't look like I'm missing anything else in here. I guess we just head up. So the question is do we want to summon Egon or whatever the fuck? Or do we not want to do that? No grace ahead. Okay. I'm only halfway to a level. Take a lot of runes to push me the rest of the way. It's the duelist one. Is his stuff in here with all of these? Not that specifically, no. This is fine. Hey. Oh, this is a long road to a fight if there's no grace ahead. Lovely. Whoop. Shattered fragment. Okay, is this the left detour that they said to check out? Make sure I'm not missing anything. This looks like it just loops back down. I guess this is just a way to avoid the falling rocks. look. Respawn point. Oh, and the game is saving. Two things we love to see. That's a dragon. Oh boy. Yep. It's probably still not even the dragon, though. I don't even feel like we're far enough for that. Ancient Dragon Senesax. Yeah, not even. Ow. Oh, my person put the items away. There we go. Oh, fuck. Woo! Oh, shit! I didn't think that was gonna do enough damage to kill me. Well, that was my bad. I messed that up. That was all on me. Okay. Ooh, that almost hit me. Okay, hi. That's another dragon down. So... Hey, smithing stones, we love. Still not the big dragon that we're after, though. Assuming that's up. Hopefully now there's a site of grace up further. So I don't have to run all the way back through this. What the... Oh, dragon corpses. That's lovely. This seems fine, right? That's very bright and shiny out there. I'm starting to think. No, there is not a... Oh, thank God. Hi, I would like this now, please. Thank you. I'm gonna touch that. Phew. Up our blessing here. Let's level up here. Okay. That is about as good as it's gonna get going forward now, so... Still got quite a bit of mountain to make it up. Ooh, we got Slimy's electrical boys. Seek item crafting. Oh, is there stuff that's worth it from these guys? Stones. Glass shards. Ow, fuck. Oh, I should have waited until I hit these guys. Fine. Egon's cookbook. Going from here, though. Oh. Probably, up the horrible lightning trail, probably. Just a, you know, a guess. Just a hunch. A feeling that I have based on nothing in particular. Hey. Try south. Okay. Oh my god, that is a lot of lightning. That's a lot of dead dragons, too. Oh god. Yeah, the further up here we get, the more it's like, oh. I want the rock. Give me the rock. Okay. But I never figured out where the dude's, item went in our stuff here. Doesn't appear to be this type of summon. Is it a key item? Ah. Okay, so his sign will just be up there and we can choose to summon him. Okay. Ah. Yes, I see. Alright. To summon a dude or to not to summon a dude? That is the question. I'm probably gonna need the help. These corpses have plants growing out of them. That's unsettling. Okay, I don't actually see a summon sign. Does it show up after we die? Alright, well, let's just go in then and... Yeah, this is fine. Alright, well, perish. Holy shit. Sup, Bale? Ooh, that would have been very bad immediately. Oh, okay. Yep. Bad things are happening here. Juice, Benny boy. Even look like a dragon. He looks so much worse. Alright, hey, asshole, where's your fucking summon sign up here? Cause, like... I've got your finger. Yeah, Sky, we've been big chomped. Sir, I would like to use now, please. Wherefore use thing? You can't just tell me to use the thing and then not put your thing up here. Some signs are inside the fight so they don't increase the HP. I didn't see it, but that doesn't mean anything. Oh, there it is. Fuck me. Sir? What the actual fuck am I supposed to... The ground is bad, I just want to summon a guy. Vale, please no. Help! Fuck you, Bale! Oh, he tried to chomp me again.
I hereby vow you will rue this day.
Rue the day!
True Night Quarry, and I, Egon, your fears made flesh.
Fuck him up, Egon! Please don't be all talk.
And I will riddle with holes your rotten hide with a hail of harpoons.
With a hail of harpoons!
Top of my being.
Ooh, that was a long-range attack you just had there. Sir, please tell me you do more than just use a bow. Nope, that's what you do, alright. Oh, goodbye, Mimic. You've had a lovely existence. Ow, pain. Oh, I don't want to be next to you while you do that. Oh, there's his wings. Oh, God, no. Alright, the Mimic's gone. Bale's existing. With Egon over there in a corner. Uh-oh. Ow. He wanted to roll sideways. Whoop, hello. Ow, fuck, shit, crap. Oh my god, this is so bad. Ooh, shit. You know, I mean, I'll take over half. That's not awful. Egon takes a decent amount of aggro. If I can summon him and hold the Mimic until that later bit, maybe. That might be our best bet. Think I also want ice, just to be able to weaken him a bit more. But yeah, if I can get in there and summon first and fast. That's probably our best hope. Okay. Taking that first. Ow, fuck.
I hereby vow you will rue this day. Behold,
I was gonna say, I'm gonna need you to go nice and quick. There you go. Thank you.
Egon, your fears made flesh.
I rolled right into the fire. Egon, my guy, you held the aggro so much worse that time. This dude is a waste of space. He's not doing anything. His fucking harpoons are a letdown! Heck. Make him rue it faster, if you could. That just fucking pisses like shit. Alright, we actually got the cold damage off on him this time. Ow.
You shall haunt me no longer.
You good, dude? Oh, hey, that didn't actually take us that many tries. I'm pretty surprised by that. Holding the Mimic until we could hit that phase where his wings come in was definitely the play there. Huge, huge play. Absolutely amazing. Okay, we've got some level we can do. Now we need to use a little bit of runes and we can actually get a second level out of that. How many runes is it? There is a little bit of runes. need to actually pay attention to how many I needed. There we go. Alright. Beautiful. Get absolutely wrecked, Bale. Is Egon still down there? I wonder if we go try to talk to Egon if he says anything. Trying to make sure that there's not like anything else in the actual arena now. I don't think there is. So I guess I will teleport and go see if Egon's still chilling or if he's dead or screaming or moved or what have you. Egon, we did it! Oh, you died! Well... Ripperonis, my dude. Thanks for the bow. And stuff. Ooh, a bell bearing. Wonder what items he has on him. How do I get to this lower area? Huh. Weird. Alright, well, I guess we will teleport down to the Dragon Priestess. Oh, and they're gone too. No, I wanted the pretty lady to praise me. Oh. Oh, I wanted her outfit. Her outfit was cool. Oh, damn, these require such high arcane. Whoops, okay. I did get her outfit? I wasn't paying attention. Roar accompanied by a heat wave and fire eruptions. Dragon arms smash with lightning. Which of these do you recommend, Sky? You took the Talon one. Big Smack or Big Roar? The Roar costs more FP. The Talon, I need a much higher arcane even than the other one. I need to respec. I'm not using the int stat that I have, I don't think, hardly. Tyranny is an AoE, the Flame Lightning Smack is the claw, it's like the claw attack. Yeah. I might just take, well, I'll take this one. I'll give this one a try. Why not? Nom nom! Cool. Alright, well, that's that. we able to go down into this big empty circle? Oh yeah, there's gotta be a way down in there. Hmm. That might be a little deceiving. Path might have been back on the side I was already on, but certainly looked like there was a chance for one based on the map, but I don't think. This looks a little too high up to really. Yeah, way too high up. I'm pretty sure I already looked at the ledge over here. Yeah, not really a get down there spot. As much as it almost looks like one on here. That would be certain death upon actually trying. Did I figure out what the dragon painting was for? I don't think I did. I'm gonna go with no, I don't think so. Loop around this backside. Hadn't been back here yet. Dragon grease. This is looking promising. Okay. Need to come here, I think. This looks like it has the pathway down on the map. Up here. Yeah, okay. We'll get up onto this structure. Please don't. Maybe not so much. Aha. Oh, maybe up here. Okay. B. Is there a better spot to, I would like to disembark the ride, please. There we go. Ew, hands! Ugh. Hand spider. Ah. Fuck you, hand spider. I don't love the save. Give. Okay, we gotta go further along the coast here. Assuming that the coast won't just fucking kill us outright. But it looks like there's enough of a sandbar here. Okay. Right next to more fingers. Love it, hate it, don't want it. Okay. Grab that, and then I believe... Finger Ruins of Rhea. That's awful. I am scared of more finger spiders in here. Haha, she says as they are all the fucking over these things. Oh god. I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want it. Ooh, what are you? No, not the weird things. I've got to check everything. Oh, hello. Oh. They can do the thing here. This is the thing that duplicate. Yeah, remembrance duplication. Okay. Cool. I don't need that yet. I haven't even looked at what the remembrances each have yet. I keep meaning to. But okay, cool. That's good to know. Hands. Sword man. Oh, there's so many of them. I don't want it. Oh, don't fall off, please. Oh my god, there really are so many of them. Oh god. I don't like that it also kind of looks like there's eggs everywhere. Mostly there's just, like, fingers, but, you know. You can also dupe them using the base game mausoleums. Good to know. Nail stone! Ew, chat, fingernails! Okay, writing on the fingers seems very sacrilegious. I don't love that I can summon here in the center of the fingers. What are we doing with that finger? Hmm? What'd that finger do? Hmm. Aww. What is that? Is this just a weird spot on the wall? Or is it something? I feel like I'm supposed to be doing something with this. With this. Well, thing number one. Nope. When in doubt, smack it. Okay, that didn't do anything. Wow. Yep. People are so smart. There's a lot of stuff that I either just don't have whatever item is needed, or I just don't know that I have the item that is needed. Hydrate. Okay, that's important. We don't like that you move like that. I don't like that you move like that. Please don't, please don't. Ow. Bad. What you looking at? Finger mimic. Gross. I don't want this. I probably do want it, but it's gross. Also just generically an, like, material, it seems like. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, I'm just really not seeing any signs of anything down here that would tell me what I need. Hmm. Oh, heck you. I don't want to go around. There's a path up there. To our right. What's back here? Not a cave. It looked like a cave from a distance. I was hopeful. Okay, well, I guess up the green path then. This is a blue path, but you know what I mean. It's just an alternate way down here. Ow. Oh, hello. We've got a shack. Hey, my guy. Aha! My theory is proven true! Finger creepers hail from these ruins. Ugh. So now I must sound this one hanging bell. Sweetly cradled shall I come to be. I hate that. I rang the bell, though. I guess just not good enough. I did try to ring it. That's a bear. Smaller bear, but still a bear. Is it 2 bears? It's 2 bears. Alright, well, I guess back to trying to ring the bell. I don't know what other options I have. Woo! Oh, I'm okay. Yep, there's hands in here. Okay, that's fine. We're fine. I need to get back lower so that I can actually get down from here. Am I out of the pit? Yeah, we kind of hit a dead end with the pit. What's that? Okay, just a trick of the light. So we left the pit for now. Ow. Until I can find out what item or information I am missing about the pit. Welcome home. Glad you guys are back. Hope it went well. I really don't want to get grabbed by the big horrible grabby grab, but at the same time, I would like it to do the thing. Got me milk. Hooray, let's go. More cereal for me. Alright, well, I guess let's go try to ring a bell better. I'm gonna die. I won't get grabby-handed. I don't like that there's a summon spot here. Ring bell! Ding! Ding, 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 ding! Hi, how did you die? What the fuck is happening? What the actual fuck was that? I hate it! I hate it, I hate it, I hate it! Oh, do I just... Okay. No? Maybe? I was thinking maybe that's that I could just ding my tiny bell and that'd be good enough. Ding my tiny bell. Hi! Do the thing! Okay, well that didn't work. Dingy dingy ding! What do you want from me? Make ring. Sky, do I have what I need to do this? No, I don't. Okay. Have I been to the area to get what I need to do this? Not yet. Okay. Have I been to the area I need to do all of the shit down here? Because currently all this shit down here is also stalemated. You did everything in the pit if you beat the boss? There's no way that's it. There's no way that's it. I don't like that. Boo. Bad ending. Okay. So yeah, I need to do all of this shit, I guess, over here somehow. Alright. I don't know how to get down there yet, so we'll probably take a quick break and then go back to figuring out how the fuck to get places. So, chat, you know the drill. Get up, stretch, get some food, get some water, whatever it is that you need to make sure that you are taking care of yourself. Huh. And we'll be right back. Okay, chat. I had to look stuff up. I was too grumpy at there not being more. There's more. I have learned a more. We got so close to just finding the more on accident. Now to see if the more is true. Not bad audio. Yuck. We don't want that. Boop. And... boop. There we go. Is that better? Is there a... why is there a square? I don't think you guys can see the square. I can see the square. You cannot see the square. I guess that's all that matters. Why square? There's like a square in the top left of my screen and I don't know why. Oh well. We're gonna be here for a moment. Okay. Back in we go. Okay. I might have done things in the wrong order already, but hopefully... hopefully it does the thing.
Mikkel, stop. Don't turn the poor thing into a god.
Okay. There we go. We got the words. We gotta make Mikkel stop. Okay. Now that we've done that... okay, now we do it again.
Would be Mikkel's prison. A caged divinity is beyond saving.
Cool. And there should be one more. Yeah, like if you were doing like something where you had to do a run where you had to do this quest specifically for some reason, like it would be one of those no deaths except for mandatory ones. But I don't know if this is, like, mandatory for anything or if it's just cool extra stuff. So this is our 6th time drinking.
You must kill Mikil.
Oof.
Grant him forgiveness.
Okay. Cool. But wait, there's more. Okay, so we drank 6 times to exhaust her dialogue. Optional to talk to you.
Please, leave me alone.
Rina's words.
Oh, thank you not to lie to me. I am the chosen, not you. Only I can doze off in the sea of Centrina. Why would you hear her voice when I cannot? If you should utter these cruel untruths to me again, I won't be held responsible for my actions. Please, enough. I cannot believe your cheek. And I will stand for it no longer.
Sounds like a you problem.
I will never forgive you. I will never forgive.
Alright. Okay, after that... I think it said to sit at the site of grace again. But then it blocked out the next words behind a spoiler text. Oh. Oh, okay. There's some double O's. One of those things I will not say until we get to that point. But first... Okay.
I will never forgive you for your trespass. You
Yep.
know my poison.
Well, we pissed you off. Faster, 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 faster. Oh, you throw the poison shit. Goodbye.
Such strength for what?
You're the one that freaked the fuck out. Like, Saint Trina's smile. Like, you could have just heeded the words of the person you worshipped so much and, like, you know, not been a little shit about it. But that was a personal choice. Okay, was that an... Aha. Sleep in the vicinity increases attack power. Cool. Not a build we use. We have, like, 0 ways... I have, like, 1 way to inflict sleep. Not helpful. Okay. I think we are done down here for a very long time. I don't want to spoil. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna close this website for a very long time. So, now, for the time being, we are done down here. We will come back at a much, much, much later date. Oh, I can't open my map. That's not helpful. I fix that? There we go. Okay. So now to figure out how to do over here. There doesn't really appear to be a way down Dragon's side. That might be incorrect. We'll see. Oh, we were briefly over here. We've been partially down here before. Hold on. Okay. Let's see where this puts us. Yeah, at some point I need to try out that heart thing, for sure. It's gonna kill me. Ooh, it's gonna hurt. Oh, it didn't. Ha! I hit enough. Oh, well, it hurt a little bit. But I hit enough things on the way down for it. It could have been worse. Oh, fuck. No, thank you. I just want this item. Okay, chill your shit. Okay, can I jump all the way to the gust of wind? Oh my god! Oh, I'm dead inside. Oh god, that was so scary. Oh no, that was almost so bad. Oh god. That was a heckin' huge fucking jump scare. Okay, we've been down to that shack. Maybe we haven't been any lower than that. Because this just gave us our first view of the dragon area from down there, but I don't actually remember a pathway down. Oh, there's the breeze spot. Eat. Fuck. I was worried about that. I was like, that doesn't look like I made it far enough, and it wasn't letting me double jump to get further out. Well, let's try that again. Uh-oh. Eat. Well, you know, I didn't actually want to... Excuse me? I don't want to be here. This is unhelpful. I'll take this stuff. I'm pretty sure I've already been up here, though. Hey. Let's try again. Since it's gonna just kick me off my horse. Ow. Okay. Please make it all the way. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have been here to this. Oh, hi. Oh, Vale, Tyrant Drake, do your wounds yet ache? Is your fury still yet to crest its zenith? Hurry, hurry, and lay it all to waste. Have I talked to you yet? Lay waste to the proud, the conceited, each every one, last one of that arrogant lot. Okay. Probably have talked to you before. But yeah, that doesn't tell me how to get down. So we need to find a different pathway that takes us lower. This certainly isn't it. Okay. Oh, I wanted to see if What's-His-Face was still dying on the side of the road in a different spot, or if... He was, like, over here somewhere. But I think that was the same person that Egon that helped us over in here and stuff, so... Oh, hey, look, we have a little marker there now. Good for that. Yeah, that was Egon. Okay, I thought so. It made sense. We still didn't deal with the dragon up here. Leda and the Horn Center just vibing. I don't know how to help What's-His-Face either. That was like up in this corner. Okay, let's come up here and see if there's like something up on the edge that we can work with. This is the place that has the other random hole. Yeah, this is the place with the other random hole that I wanted to figure out how to hole. I also want to go over here. I don't like these things, they freak me out. Small tree again. Hello, small tree. Okay. I remember this area and I freaked out because it was poison and birds and panic scream. Uh-huh. Which pretty much just sums up the amount of time we spent in here as well. So we came up to the edge here and didn't see a way down. Oh, hello. Have I already talked to you? I think so. Okay. What was this way then? We've been to this site of grace before. I remember being over here. I don't know if I don't think I came up this side of it. I think I just went straight down the other way. Get back here. No, I need it. Come back. Ah! Okay, we're fine. Well, this is fine. Not what I'm after, but... Oh, another forge. Okay. Yeah, last time the forge was a really short... that. And where are we guessed? Yeah, well. This one looks like it's gonna be longer than the other one. Bit more involved. Okay, I can go that way. Get back up here. Is there anything? Aha. Fuck. But these guys suck. also slow. Thank God. Okay. I don't know if they told me to go back so I don't miss what was there, or... Great hammer. What do you mean projectile weapon? That's an interesting description for that weapon. Okay. It's that way. There's that way. Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh, we got so fucking lucky. Oh, we got so fucking lucky. Oh my god. Is that all that's in here? Is back at the... No. This is another area. Okay. I have no sense of direction sometimes. Mist or beast. Okay. Safety. Rock. People are weird with their descriptions. I know sometimes people just put random shit to fuck with you, but... Oh, he's petting it! That's cute. That's not cute. That I don't like. Did you just throw a new enemy at me? That's not nice. Ow. I hope this was the right play. That was weird. It looked like something went by. Big ladder. Lots of guys. Okay. Pull the lever! Ooh. Okay. It did a flippy flip. Really hope I'm not missing anything. I think now we need to go down here to reach the jump point, maybe? Ooh, not well. Yes. I think there was a better way to get here. Maybe not. Eat. Okay. So, I don't think there's anything down. This looks like it gets really hot down here. I love how someone has put a marker down there to imply that they went onto the lava. This just back at the top now. Oh, nope, that's where we, okay, hold up. Eek. Alright, this is where we wanted to be. There we are. Touch. Burn hand. Woohoo! Halu the Golem Smith. And a rock. Okay, I think now we're just back at the beginning is right next to the end. So, teleportation powers activate! Okay. Sad flowers of sadness. Shadow sunflowers. Gotcha. There's a few items in here. Yoink. Yoink. Ow, pain. Alright, dudes at war with other dudes. Good luck. That wasn't worth coming in here. That was a nice item to get, though. We like extra runes. Okay, but over here is not quite where we want to be. Go anywhere? Not particularly. Okay, because this just drops us down. Yeah. Okay, we've been to the rest of over here. You know, mostly. Alright, let's sit back down, I guess, and regroup here. Okay. I guess back to the town with the random hole in the ground. was the other big hole in the ground that we never figured out how to get down. There's gotta be some other something that brings you down into the bottom of this. Question is where? Because it can look like it came from this side all it wants to. That does not mean that it did. Okay, hello. Promising. There's always a chance that this spits out. Forge. Ruined Forge of, say, Starfall something something? Starfall Past. I'm less inclined to think a forge would spit out into where we want. The forges don't really tend to work that way thus far. Spear. Eat. Okay, those little guys down. Back up the ladder, and now we can pull the lever. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Whoop, hello. Oh, more levers. Why would I want this? I don't know why I would want to be trapped in here, but you know, I'm sure it's fine, probably. Uh-oh. Whoop! Hello. Need that item. Ow. Well. There's a ladder going up, but there's also another room. Oh, God! Fuck! Quick, back to the ladder! We're sandwiched! Okay, hello. That is many a lads all of a sudden. Alright. We're definitely still missing something in here. That sounds like a big guy coming towards me, maybe? No. Dinner! Alright, Mom, I will be down in a bit. Okay, first things first. Here. Whoops, hello. Activate. Oh, we were down there earlier. Eat. Oh, yes, please close this actually. Please close this actually. This time I see why we want this shut. Yeah, this time I get it. Well, this room looks awful. You know? Okay, was worth a shot. Oh, but now I have to go back through to find... They did that on purpose. Yeah, I don't love the layout of this one because if you close the gates behind you, you do kind of have to go back through absolutely fucking everything. Which is not great. Ooh, hello. Ow. Okay. Right, ladder. Ow. Mostly, thankfully, we can just run. I'm not gonna close this time. Is that all that's in here, though? Like... This one didn't even have, like, an actual end, like... What? I don't understand. I wonder if I can... Oh. I'm just silly. Okay, this didn't give me what I wanted, but it did still give us something helpful. Ancient meteoric or greatsword. And a stone. Alright, well, back to the entrance. Not what we were looking for, but I will take it nonetheless. Okay. Eglop store. What? Why? I don't like that it made me get off my horse. That was weird. Whoops, hi sir. No thank you. I'm good. Have a nice day. You live your life over there. I will live mine, not with you. Ow. Okay, let's untrigger their aggro. But yeah, I mean, I guess we just ride up to the edge and see what the fuck, cause... That's the only thing we haven't really done is just checked. Oh, hold up, hold up. We have found a down. Let's go. Hooray! We have found the down. Fuck! These guys suck! Oh, they're just sitting on that item. Okay. Maybe not so much. Ooh, what the fuck was that ability? Don't do that. It's creepy. Oh, he healed himself. What's weird is that that chest is already open. Golden arcs. Okay. There more down to the deep down? Yes. Eat. Funnel or down? Ooh, ladder? Hold on. Oh. not a grace. That's not grass. How far up is this? Did I want to go down and not this way? This is a long ladder. Oh. We're on the lower ledge. We've done it. I don't like that I can summon here. Oni Village. Okay. I have a feeling I need to finish doing the down first. And now I can at least teleport up here. So, zoom. There is no shot you could slide down that type of ladder. Okay, is there even more down, or am I silly? Oh, hold up, there we go. I managed to leave one item behind, and it was the bottom. Liar. Okay. Yeah, we'll just teleport now. I guess 2 ends, it's probably Bonnie Village, not Boney. I can words and letters and... That dude is, like, naked. Oh, it's the greater potentate! I thought we couldn't be potentates. I tried. Hello, Mr. Potentate. Do that. It's creepy. Oh, we put our fucking thing away on accident. Gosh darn it. That's what you get. I'm the potentate now. It didn't give me anything. Rude. A lot of very sad lads here just crying. Yeah, these guys are, not very strong. Where we came from. Let's not accidentally ride off the edge. No, it's not that deep. That's good to know. But still, there is a working bridge over here we could take. Which would take us this direction, which is where we are. One of the ways we are wanting to go, aside from wanting to get around to all of that stuff in the back there. I don't know what everyone's obsession is with this. Okay, so we're over here now. Oh, the bugs, not the bugs! Wait a second. Not the jail. On the bright side, I think the last time we were in a jail, that is in fact how we got to where we were going, so maybe this is a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's never a good thing. Ow. There's another way that's gonna let out back into here. Oh, there it is. I'm so oblivious sometimes. Whoop! Hello, hellos. Hey. Okay. Open? Oh, open. Thought you were sneaky. Alright, good old big hole in the ground. This is safe. This isn't gonna make me full of regret in a moment. Okay. Strong foe. It's hard to tell what direction I want to go. Rat. Probably a bigger rat up ahead. Or, you know, several. That's not so bad. What the fuck? Oh my god, just glitchy world. Okay. Oh my god. I had visions of the last time that I accidentally rolled into oblivion. Okay, that's a ladder going back up, but there was another path back here, so... At least I thought there was. Might have been a dead end, I might have just misunderstood. Ah. Yes, I see. Okay. Ow. Necessary item ahead. Is there anything ahead? Ups. Just a room. Okay. That's not the end of the world. Oh, I left one of them alive. Oh, there was a second path. Really? There we go. Drop down into the uh-oh. Or take the ladder. Well, I guess we're dropping into the uh-oh. Okay. More than one big guy in here. I gotta be careful. Oh no! Faster, 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 faster. Ooh, they gotta spit so much goo. So goopy. I guess that's just another way down here. Very, very helpful, stranger. Thank you. bamboozled. I didn't see signs of one, so I didn't bother. Perish. Oh, hello. Oh, fire is very effective on you. Noted. Okay. See this one this time. Don't do that. I saw you wiggling. Don't wiggle at me. Boss door down there. Okay. I feel like there's so much area that we didn't explore because of how this place is laid out. Whoops, hello. Okay. Feels like a room we've been in, but it's not. It's just laid out very similarly. First off, up. What up? Do I need to ride this to the up? Yes, yes I do. Okay. Helm of the Knight, an armor, full armor set of the Knight. Interesting. Alright, we were already on that side. Okay, and we were already down, so let's grab the Shield of Knight. Okay. Will we also get the Weapon of Knight in here somewhere? Okay, the only thing we haven't explored now is we missed wherever the ladder took us to. Or wherever the ladder would have taken us to, I guess is more accurate. Circle. Don't do that. Alright, we are running out of magic right as we get up to the boss here. Armor. Oh, telling us to go back. Okay, we've already done that. There's a lot of death right here, which I'm not a fan of. Oh, god damn it. Don't fucking do that. That's why there's fucking death here. I've managed to never get grabbed by one of those until now. Gosh, heckin'. Heck. Alright. Well, aside from the ladder, we've only missed basically that one thing. And now we are here. Protect. In. Should have drinked but didn't. Oh, that's bad. Oops, hello. Fuck. Oh damn, I did a lot of damage to you very quickly. Oh. Goodbye, I guess. First Blade Mira dead. Alright, this also did not take us where we wanted it to, so I was mistaken this time. But, still, that's fine. Yeah, that was a fast fight. The freaking dragon breath melted that. Feels nice to feel a little overpowered for a bit, you know? Everything else is gonna put me in my place. Okay. So, nothing if we come over here. Actually, I should sit at the side of Grayson here real quick because I am ow. Okay. So that's what's over here, I guess. Is that literally it for... Okay. Guess make sure I'm not missing anything on the edge real quick. Nope, nope, not really. Alright, back across the bridge.